Well, hello there. That's all wonky. There we go. That's better. Alrighty then. Let's make sure we're good there. Seems to be. Let's also make sure this is happy. Tell me, are you happy? You seem to be happy. And you also seem happy. Alrighty then. Let's do that. And that's happy. Okay. So we got this to work on, but we're going to detour a little bit here because I need to finish setting this up, I think. We're going to spend a little time doing the stuff I have been putting off, basically, is the plan. So, we need to do this. I'm going to get you open here. And I'm going to get this over here. Spent some time last night getting Tmux set up because it's going to become useful to us. Now that we have so many different things that we may wish to run and see the outputs of as we go further testing this stuff. Okay. But also, I decided that if I was going to get things set up a little better, I might as well just invest some time now and get things set up nicely. So we're going to start there, and then we'll hop back over to Mud Engine work. We need... Let's just... We'll get this stuff going. Where is this? I'm going to get Tmuxifier installed here. And we're just going to use, I think... let's see, where did you go? I thought you had docs for... Yes, plugin. So that's going to be in... And I've suddenly forgotten how to type again. In here, we're going to go ahead and... Do I want to put... No, I don't want to put you here. I should organize this a little better, but we're going to leave it for now. We're just going to get things kind of a little bit nicer. Get that, and then we'll do that. That gets that in there. Meow. I need to... make sure that this is in my path really quick. And I'm going to need... There we go. We need to put... swap places with those really quick. So that I can see better. Why did I do that over there? I don't know, but it's working, so I'm going to leave it alone. It's just a little messy. We need to add home Tmux plugins Tmuxifier bin. Like so. We might also need to... Oh, wait, we need to do another thing before I get out of there. We also need to eval Tmuxifier init dash. Do that. My goal here is that we can have this set up, but I can also still have... So when we need to be in Tmux, we can be over here. But I can also still have my really just basic, nice, lovely little drop-down Quake terminal. We probably need to source that to make sure it's usable. Although I probably got to do it outside of Tmux, huh? Let's see here. That I don't need. Don't think. We need to set up a layout really quick now so that we can just open our project and get things all squared away. So let's actually... We'll get out of here. We'll source that to get the changes in. And everything's working as we expect. Very good. We need to now go ahead and make a new window here. We're going to go ahead and call you that. Editor is not set. That's annoying. Okay. Why is editor not set? Makes sense, right? Also not set there. Interesting. Okay, so I don't have... We have another slight problem in that I've only got basic Vim on here, and it's probably really old. We can use it for now. Let's go ahead and do that. Probably put it there, that's fine. And then okay, now we're set. Okay, already, right, yes, edit window. Okay. So we've got that. We're gonna want, we'll leave that in here. We want that. We want to go there. I think I probably... I think it will be 2 then, right? And I think that would be correct. Default session root. Call before new window. That's fine, except for... I want this to be... that. Hey, you too. Okay, let's see if this... oh. Wait, no, it's, what's the command again? Hello to you as well. Load session, that's what it was. Really? Wait a minute. Hang on a second. What's going on? Thought... Oh, it's load window, not session, because, yeah, duh, it's a Tmux session. This is a window. There we go. Oop, I forgot. I did that wrong. We're going to edit window. This should have been vertical. And then this should have been vertical as well. And if I'm not mistaken... That didn't work either, did it? And now I gotta remember... What was the command? Windows... It's that. Let's let's do that. Okay. So that splits and then puts me down there. That's the 33. So if I do that instead, then I get my 3. There we go. Okay. There's probably a nicer way to do that, but I don't care. Right, meow anyway. Let's get you out of there. We can do... We're in the route there. You're fine as you are. I actually don't think I need this one at all, if it's going to automatically switch them. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So we can get rid of that. How do I... There's got to be a nicer way. Let's see here. That's just regular Tmux stuff. Layouts. That is not what I want. So there's my example window. Those examples are not tremendously helpful. Oh, you know what? You know what we maybe want to do, actually. It helps if you type the right words. There's no... Oh, it's new session, not create session. We can just do a whole session instead of messing around with the window. But... let's do that. I think I like that more. Oop. Caps lock got me. Um, let's do that. That's fine. Oh, actually, we're going to leave that. Oop. That one stays. Then we can do this. Ooh, I got caps locked again. Let's do that. Perfect. Okay. Powerline doesn't seem to be wicked happy about that. I'm all right with that, though. Let me see. This is why I was putting off this task, because it just ends up always being a thing. Let me see here. This is not the issue. Let's see here. I wonder. What's the this could be an issue of some old stuff. capital V is what it is. V.2a. What is the current version? V.6a is the latest. Which was in December. Guess we don't have old version info here. Let me make sure. We don't really have ton of stuff we need in there. No updates either. Let's just power through this a little bit longer. We can split that. Okay, so we split it. We're over there. I guess it would be something like this, right? Load session? Yeah, it is. Okay, that gets us that. That's cleaner. I like that more. Let's edit our window again. This can go there instead. So that we're back to caps lock, that's what's on. So we go back to 1 at the end. When I do this, how do I change the directory for this pane only? This is not... Also not... Why don't you have examples of this? Certainly this can't be an obscure desire. Oh, you know what it is? It's because I'm dumb. So we split. We just run command. This should be, let's see, the top one can be server. Let's say. And then we split, and then you can be editor, let's say. We split you. Wait, no, this is backwards. Because this is going to wind up on the bottom. Let's make that the client. Okay, so that should put us in there. Let's run a status when we switch in there. And then we want to also main title. That's fine for now. We'll worry about that in a minute. It's beverage time. That's what this time is. Hang on. Where did your examples go? Examples. Example session. No, example window. New window, example window, but in this case, we can do we'll make that pretty. But run command. I don't want command. Is this a case where I just need to run the command manually? I thought I could give panes names. Maybe it's only Windows. Maybe I'm confused. Maybe I misremember. Let's do that. Load it. This is not in the right place. Gotta remember the... Okay, perfect. So it did reattach instead of rejoin, or to create a new one, which is good. Edit window. Let's fix this up. These need to be above because we get moved in, so I'm off. This needs to go up here. Then we can split. Then this goes here. This goes there. Wait, hang on. So, set the directory. I split. It's going to move me over. I set it. I move down. Oh, because I'm dumb. Wrong place. Status goes over in the left because that's our terminal window. Then we split server, split again client, split again editor. Okay. There we go. Now we just gotta fix all this weirdness with Go Powerline getting confused about the world. Let's close all those. Is there... Probably need to go check. Stop correcting me, search. I know what I'm friggin' looking for. Issues. Let's go take a look. And see. Why? What we even search here? Because I've seen this happen a number of times in different cases. I don't know that it's strictly a Tmux problem. Mm. um, duplicated? No. Wait. Nope. Uh, mangled? Might just have to kind of dig through here a little bit. We could probably hack it just by doing like a clear before we run anything. Maybe? Hmm. Not quite our issue, is it? Um, is there no version? Hmm. There's no version command, seems. Let's see here. Not quite. All right. None of those look like what we're seeing. Let's get out of there completely. This shouldn't be an issue. I think I already have this. Yeah, already installed, already up to date. That's all fine and dandy. We can double check and make sure that this is correct. Can do that, but go path bin power line go error jobs. That all is still correct. I'm gonna uncomment that though and see. Automatically clear errors after showing them once sounds interesting. I wonder if that could be related. Is it trying to display some sort of an error? No. No, the answer to that. Let's just do, it should go first. We'll do this for now and hopefully it'll work. No, doesn't. Interesting. That should have been changed. I don't think that's our problem, but nope. At least help that a little bit. Okay, so this didn't. This didn't work. It's weird that oops, that's not what I wanted. I want that. Like, we don't see it here. We only see it in this. Let's see. So maybe it's not that. Let's see here. Let's update Tmux if we can here. Probably have to do it manually though, which sucks. Can do binary. I think they have. They have packages, do they? Source, pre-built binaries. Okay, I guess we just do. All right, so 32A. Pull this down. 8664. Pull you down. Extract here. Okay, I take meow. It's a pseudo, I bet. So I'm gonna do that over here. Okay. And then, no. Plugins. Okay, that's 36A. I probably have to restart. There we go. So we're on 36A now. What? Okay. Nope, still issues. Okay. Let's see here. So we updated that. We have the same problem. I looked at the Go thing you showed me days ago, and it requires Go to be installed in the system. Powerline Go? Yes. Do you not have Go installed? No. Why not? Why do you hate good things? Let's see here. Why would you be giving me those 3 extra lines that get all smeared? Is it that hard to provide an easy way to install binary? Well, you know. I generally tend to agree, but they have binaries. Installation. Precompiled binaries. Does this still require Go to be installed? No easy way to install. Theoretically, you just put it into bin and add it to your path, right? Or am I dumb? Because I just did the Go way, because that was easy for me. And then just do the bash RC stuff. Go path bin powerline go. So this would just be, instead of this, it'd be wherever you put it, right? And same for all that. Actually, hang on. That's an interesting thing I just noticed. When I checked my boot, yeah, that's like too much work for a peasant to do. Should be a homebrew script. Well, you see, I hate homebrew. I don't like the way it works. So I would be a hard disagree on that. Like, I don't want homebrew. I had to do it for Hugo, and it screwed with my Dart install, my Dart SDK. And I'm so angry about it still. Okay, so there's that. Nope, I do have that. Not equals Linux and file go path bin powerline go. Then prompt command update PS1 prompt command. Yes, that is in there. That is correct. I only respect 2 things, Nix and homebrew. Like, I hate not having things in package manager. If they're not going to manage themselves, I want them to be in package manager. Ideally in package manager. But I'll make exceptions for things like Flutter that are going to tell me, hey, you're out of date. Like, that's one of the things I hate the most about Pop, is that you've got apt, you manage stuff in there sometimes because it's not in the pop shop. But then also in the pop shop, you got binary versions, you got flat pack versions. The flat pack is always broken because it's fucking flat pack. So you've already started out with 2 places and like 3 different versions. Discovered Homebrew for Windows, Chocolatey, and Winget. I tried Chocolatey once and I hated that too. That was even before I discovered Homebrew and my hatred for it. Well, not discovered, but before I had used it. I don't need that. I'm in Bash. Don't need that. Don't need that. I'm on Linux. Yes, I am always on the Linux. This machine is pop because it came with it, and it's all right. It's not amazing, but it's all right. I agree, but sometimes it works. Yeah, I guess. I forget what I tried it for. It was many years ago on a work computer. And I was just not amazed. Install and update the package with. Let's just do... And is there... No. Oop. I wanted V, not F. No. There's not a verbose for go install, is there? I was just looking for ways to distribute stacks with... So I decided for Homebrew on Mac OS Linux and Chocolatey on Windows. Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Go install command. Any debug output. Yeah, I would love... Well, you say that V should work. Binaries are available, but they would not self-update. Right. Go help install. I don't think this is my issue. Anyway, that's not self-updating. I consider it not a distribution model or method. I mean, kind of, yeah. I don't understand why this is so busted. If we clear it, things figure themselves out. But why does it do this to begin with? That's not what I wanted. Git status. Where would I even look for... what's going on here? Oh, here's an interesting thought. Okay, so what if we take these out just for funsies? Um okay, so it's something to do with the way it runs the command. Because everything here works perfectly fine. Interesting. That's not what I want. When will I be taking off today? Probably around about the usual time. Unless I get really stuck into something and kind of just go crazy like I did yesterday, but probably not. It'll probably be roughly that. I'll get back to dev work as soon as I finish setting this up. I started it last night and I just ran out of time to get everything the way I wanted it. Because I started down the rabbit hole and I was like, okay, well, if I'm going to commit to getting back into using Tmux, then because I've used it a little bit in the past. I'm just I said if I'm going to commit to that, I'm just going to commit to making it a decent experience and not just using it. I'm going to give in and have a dot file or two, or I think I'm up to 3 or 4 now, but so I just wanted to finish this up and then get back to stuff. And I need to get back to you after stream too, because I did look at your stuff a little bit. But I will get with you afterwards. So something about run command breaks things. Fingers crossed on what? Let's see here. Don't need that, I don't think. On everything? um Maybe. Pain current path, but I guess we could go look at this. Ain't nothing in there, eh? Let's see here. Where are you? Are you maybe in here? Commands. Debug. Okay. Looking for edit window. Yeah. Has to be one of these, right? New window, but I don't want a new window. I want a new, I want to see the new pane stuff. Version. Has to be edit window, right? Libutil sh. Perhaps. Nope. Split. Run commands, send keys. Target pane ID. Oh, okay. So is this a case of in the currently active optional? Well, that should be fine. Send keys to the window. Vertically. New window. I wonder if there's a bug in send keys. That would cause this. I don't see why. I need you to all have Tmuxifier, not Tmux, in ya. Precious little in the way of documentation there. And only example for running a command is here, or in here too. We could do... Okay, here's an idea. That out of here. Let's kind of narrow down what exactly happens. So that's just completely broken. That should have been 0 anyway, but that's fine. Actually, this should be 0 too. What the heck happened there? Ah, that was weird. Is it... That can't be it. No? This isn't a case of... needing to restart, is it, for some reason? Need to source that again really quick, because... No? Even on a fresh launch, we get... that. It's almost like it doesn't know... Well, I got things in there. It's almost like it doesn't know how wide it is and it's trying to wrap or something. What if we did... we'll go back to double quotes because that's what this is. That's what is in the example. if we prepend rather a clear, now it's still super busted. We can do oh right, you're not in Git, you just need to be we'll add you and stash. We'll go back to main really quick. Now if we load the session, it doesn't know how wide to be. It's trying to wrap down. Okay. So there's our problem. I don't know. So that gives us an idea, though. Let's go back over here. Oh, actually, before I do, let me just triple check here that if we put our commands back. Oh my gosh. Get out of there. There we go. And then I don't need that. No, okay. Kind of. Kind of is the answer. We could maybe look at, okay, so there was a thing I saw in here for long paths, which I don't need to know what path I'm in when I'm in here right now. We could do condensed. Do I hate that idea? It's already pretty close, but we could do path aliases. So let's try that really quick. This needs to be set in bash rc, right? Change the command line, yeah, in the init. Which is going to be in here. Power line go. So we do jobs -p WC What's WC? Oh, dash L. It's either jobs is either jobs dash P or WC dash L. Like right count, right? What makes me think of. Word count. I don't even know where that would come in. We got themes we can play with too. That's kind of nice. Name size limit. Indicator instead of virtual. Okay, I don't want that. I think I just want the path alias. Okay, let's try. Oop. Path alias is. It's a comma separated string. It says. Oops, I want to put you in the right place though. Path alias is key value pairs like, okay, so, and we use tilde for home. So we go, like that. And then source that. That didn't seem to work. But it does say escape this character to avoid. You may need to escape this character to avoid substitution. So we can try that. Ah, there we go. It is what happened. Needed to happen. Okay, so now that we've got that written over here, I think we're done there. Might need a source. Let's just do it just to be sure. Load session. There we go. That should keep us smaller. I think it's still going to be an issue. Maybe not, though. To be sure, we'd need to exit, load the session again. Yeah, it's still going to be too long in some cases if we have long branch names. Do we have any options for that, which could ditch the host name? That would be all right. Oh, also I wanted to check. We did change the change error, but that didn't seem to do anything interesting. There would be a get mode string. Fancy, compact, and simple. Defaults to fancy, which probably are checkies and all that, I would assume. Nor repos. Don't want to do that. So we've got get branch. These prioritize segments. Default 16. Okay, so we could do... I like having the branch name, though. I think we're just going to live with the slightly scuffed wrapping. Like, I don't love it, but I would lose... I like having the branch name for when I'm committing, for sure. We don't really... Current directory... Host name only if SSH we could set. I'm not... I don't care about that so much. I know where I am. So we can do... that. Sorcia again. Somehow managed to make... oh, because we're in... yeah, okay. That won't do anything for us. Interesting that there seems to be a clear just like included, or it's coming from something else. Hello there, Mr. Mongoose. How are you doing? Sharpening your weapons before battle. I am actually exactly what I'm doing, as a matter of fact. Spending the time in config misery that I've been just putting off in general. Giving in to the dark side of the dot file. You know how it be. And currently just struggling with a weird sort of powerline or powerline go issue where if it's too long, it wraps and just mucks up everything. Which is not ideal. And I'm not sure what I want to do about it. Can use separate bash RC for Tmux session. Well, that's not bothering me at all. Like, the only bash RC things that I'm doing for Powerline are things that I'm fine with either way. Like, if I want them elsewhere, I want them here, and if I don't care about them here, I don't care about them elsewhere, sort of thing. I do like the idea of the static prompt indicator. I missed your previous comment. I don't see a previous comment. I see that. Let's see here. Oops, that's a single dash. We want that, I think. That's strange. I agree. Um, disables the shrinking subsystem. Let's see. What if we did in percent? So if we did maxed width 33, let's just say. And then we'll source you. We'll load it. Well, that didn't really work. I use a similar system just based on screen instead of Tmux and display only relative path and branch in prompt. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to exit you so we start fresh. If we fix that. We have mostly just path and branch. We have username as well as the biddies and pieces, but it's like it doesn't know how big it's going to be at first, and then it's resizing. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like a resizing issue. You can kind of see it. Continuing to misbehave in different ways as you change things. Which might also explain why that setting this, tell that it was only allowed to use 33%, resulted in nothing but the prompt, which also kind of leads me to believe that it's got trubs about knowing what size it will be until it's been laid out or something. I have how often do you think you'll resize windows in a session? Probably a little bit, like when I do that. But that's not the issue. The issue is that this is crap and I want it to be better. Like, we could just live with this, but it's crap, right? Like, it wouldn't be the end of the world to just, as we go, do that, right? It's just not good. And it's only really going to happen if we have long branches. But, you know, if there was a nice way to spruce it up, I would do that. But I don't see like a way to do... Like, we've mitigated it somewhat. It's better than it was because of the cleanup we did, right? With reducing the full path. I don't need the full path to my repo. I'm launching in there for the session. It's fine. What are we building new here? Right now, I'm just setting up a Tmux session to get things all squared away for when we go back to building stuff. But then it'll be back to working on a mud engine. I think we're done with that one. And I don't think there is like a post-load hook type of thing. I guess maybe branch can be in global place instead of prompt. I don't want to... This is Go Powerline. This isn't a Tmux Powerline thing, and I don't want to do that. I want them to function the same way as my terminals normally do. Because you're right, I could do that, but I don't want to. And I bet you if I was to do... That's not what I wanted. Edit the window. Oop. I bet you if I try to do this, it'll hang my session until it completes. Or maybe it just doesn't run. Then it's a matter of taste, and we don't discuss taste. I mean, you're not wrong. I am fully aware that this is a problem of my own devising in just being a stubborn bastard, but you know. I like the beard. Honorable beard. Why, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Very nice. Very nice of you. And I think that the answer is that we're just gonna have to live with it. We could maybe... We could do the branch in a different. So your idea gives me other ideas. We could do the branch in another place. We would have to change bash RC or whatever, something. Probably bash RC because that's what Go Powerline is looking for. Um, and then let Tmux display the branch. Gets a little bit more complicated. Works enough is better than being stuck on perfecting something that's completely based on taste. Works enough, or stuck is a relative term. Spending time understanding things is very worthwhile. And like the whole point of spending time to customize your environment is that it's customized, right? And it's the way you want it to be. Yes, you should know your tools, right? I'll have to look at this a little bit more down the road because the other thing is the theme I'm using for Tmux. I would need to add another plugin for Git unless it already has it. I don't think it does. So I would need to go find a plugin I liked for Git if I wanted to go that route. And make sure that it plays nice with this theme. I'll worry about that later. My interest in continuing to play with this is waning for the moment. For right meow, let's close these things down. Let's go ahead and let me also make sure that I cleaned up after myself, which no, I didn't. These things should all whoop. That prevent crap from building up. All right. So, clean up that stuff. We are going to take a quick looky look here. At our event notes that we made yesterday, because I had another thought while I was doing other things. Another thing we need to think about trying to do is, so we had this idea, and I need another. Let's get architecture open as well. So the reason that we end up with this translation between the character manager, where it converts things to, so we have two different events going on, basically, because of the way the data is encoded that the clients need to know about. Because we send IDs here, either character manager has to translate them and have its own representation of an event with character information in it instead, or we have to resolve it at the character level. But because the manager has the list of active characters, and it is also the gatekeeper for knowledge of characters, that would mean that all of our characters, because we have, more than one, would have to acquire a mutex lock, read, which character manager already has support for, but I don't really want to have them all doing that lookup. So that's why we had a duplicate event. Or not a duplicate, but a different formatted event, right? We moved all the references out of map to character to try to kind of break things up and avoid circular imports. But obviously, we have a problem here in that we add that complexity, right? And I'm wondering if I would shoot myself in the foot if I was to return to letting map know about the character package. And it won't shoot us in the foot right now. We kind of proved that to ourselves, I think, right? But in the future, absolutely it could. Trying to think about if we had map or character and map, you know about character. If we then add, and I'm just really just making squares for thinking, if we add items don't need to know about characters. Map needs to know about items. Characters need to know about items. But then it's not circular, so we're fine. It's a third package. And we could also break out character if we really had to, but I don't want to. I want to keep it all together if possible. The advantage to letting map know about characters is that instead of this, we can actually just put a pointer to a character in there. But I don't want map to be doing things with them. I want map to still send messages and let character manager spit them out. So we've got map, we've got the character manager. Map says, hey, an event happened. Character manager says, okay, cool. I've got these characters active right now, be they player or not. And it says, hey, this thing happened. Hey, this thing happened. Hey, this thing happened, right? Meanwhile, map is doing other mappy things. And not worrying about character stuff. And this all runs through the intermediary of game manager, so it dispatches either immediately or on tick, depending, you know, as appropriate. I don't know that we gain anything from using a pointer, though. Well, we gain the ability to use the same event. Because if we store a pointer, and I don't want to mess with having like any or anything like that. Or I guess the other thing we could do is the events could have additional fields in them for the pointers. Game manager or character manager could translate everything and then issue out those. Won't map need to know character things to do mapping things? Like what? And the other thing to think about is the other way around. Where did my other window go? Here you are. The other way around, when we beacon this out, Game Manager picks it up and does appropriately with it whatever needs to be done. It sends that message to the map, be it synchronous or asynchronous. It would be really good to be able to use these same events. That way we have only one event system going throughout, right? And if we don't put character in there, in one way, shape, or form or another, and it really has to be a pointer if we want to act on it in character when we come over to character again, because the state machines are in the characters. So if we go back to our look example, the look event has current state of the room in it for now as a thought. So if we put that in, this gets sent back. Because we're nested in, we have the origin and then the target. In this case, there'll only be one instead of a list. And we could maybe even break that out to be like a multiple event or something if we wanted to, if it became easier to think about. But either way, we have the origin and the target. We still have to generate different events to hand out. If we do it this way. We can skip the map for a look event and handle it only in here, in character manager. Because these guys know where they are in the map. But they only know about a coordinate, so that's fine. But that ties into our names, right? Names for maps. Or IDs at the very least. They need to know an ID and a coordinate. So that character manager can tell you whether or not you can actually do that action. That kind of simplifies that part. And I guess map would only need to beacon enter-exit events, right? For this example, anyway. Which sounds correct to me. That's a map task. We still need the pointers in there so that we can reuse the same events instead of having two. Like two sets. Which I would really like, I think. It'd simplify things a lot. So right now we have too many events and they're hard to follow and keep track of, and there's too much stuff going on. Character manager then becomes like the arbiter of what it handles versus what it needs to hand out. So well, game manager would get it and then say, okay, character manager handles that thing. If we did that. Otherwise, we have two different paths and two different control flows, right? Because we want to make that separation between what is synchronous and what is asynchronous. An attack needs to be synchronous, first come, first serve. A look can be async. I don't really care. It doesn't need to happen in order. So it's kind of an extra step to send it to game manager, but it gives us that single point of decision making. Which right now lives kind of when you create the event, you give it a tag, but I think I want to move that to... Yeah, this is going to be a bigger change than I had thought, but I do like the way that that kind of shapes up in my head. Hello? Oh. It's just hiding down there. Okay. We don't need to launch those right now. What changes did we make in game maps so far? Server internal game map, go. We made ourselves a note. I think that's all we've done so far. Okay, that's fine. So we'd probably have to do... This kind of goes away anyway. Because we don't want to do that. Well, no, that's a lie. This needs to be something that we keep around. We want to get rid of this temp file thing. We'll do a quick commit. Add to do and notes on events with brainstorming. Push that up just so that we have that stashed away. See you, that fine. You, that is fine for now. We're going to keep those around for a second until we... Until we think a little harder. Oh, you know what? That's not quite true. We could do a look that was targeted locally, except then we have to go through our entire list. Okay, so that's why that ended up over there. We have to go through our entire list of characters and compare where they are, IDs and positions, and that kind of sucks, whereas we could just ask map who's in the room, dish it out, right? That's why we were doing that. Okay. That's still fine, though. We still just need basically like a targeted event. This happened. Here's the current state of the room. And then that can get sent out to those other guys, and they can decide what to do about it. So they can say, hey, a look event happened. That's the event in this targeted event that I was sent. So it becomes like a tree, basically, of decisions about what inputs we have. Does that suck too? They say, hey, I got a room event. Hey, it's a targeted event. They say, am I the origin or am I in the targets? If so, from the origin, then I look for the target. So, okay, so there's another problem where if it's the room, then we can do this. If it's not the room, then we have to go act on the target, which I guess is fine. But then we have all these little character go routines doing stuff on one another without a centralized point again. Which is how we wound up with two different sets of events. Crap. Because otherwise, Character Manager has to then say, cool, here's how you do that. So this would be like a look room. And then we would need like another option. A branchy branch. Like a look tag. And then this would be something else, like the result of the look, right? We'd have to do that. And then this would end up being something like a response, right? That, you know, has like a description string or something. And then the other thing we'd have to think about is other types of action. Because, like, if it's an attack event, we have to apply it. So then you go, okay, well, am I in the list of target IDs? Cool. But how do I then communicate back attack or success, right? Hmm. Uh, um, we would have to like re-emit another event if we did that. Or we'd have to handle this in Character Manager, which is fine. As we go through, we say, okay, great. And then we issue a notification to player A that says, hey, you just got smacked in the face with a club. And player B that says, hey, you just hit player A in the face with a club. But that becomes like a room update sort of thing where you tell both of them that they need to format that out as appropriate. So that becomes another type of a room event, right? and we still end up translating. But if they're the same event, maybe that's even more confusing. Because then this needs to have fields for like attack roll, how much it would hurt if it hits. You would need to send for me. Oop. All of that, please. It'd still be a targeted event. It'd still be like an attack event. We still have the origin and the target. I guess we would just... have a result in there. So we can do that, populate the result, and then forward it on to everybody in the room. Which we can get from the audience of the root event. Okay, so how do we then ensure... Okay, so we have some people in a room. We start processing the synchronous events, attacks, for example. We need to know at each step. So, player A and player B are there. Player C is watching, just standing there. Player D is standing there. Player D moves. Now we have old state in... Well, no, because we run it through the map. The attack goes out. Map returns us... No, it doesn't. It wouldn't return us a room state. We'd have to ask for a room state. Or put that event in there. Which I guess, I mean, it's fine. It just doesn't seem like it should be that responsibility over there. You'd have to asynchronously, every time something happened in a room, ask for new data from map. Because that's exactly where our circular dependency came in before. Because map knew what a character was, and then character manager started to need to know about map things, like, hey, who's in this room? Which is why we switched back to IDs. And this message system was born. And then even here, we've got an oversight in that, where do we get this tag from? Where does that tag go? Because room data, or the map, is going to send back a message that says, hey, somebody just did a look. So then we need an extra data field in here. which is how map wound up doing stuff in the first place. And maybe I just need to embrace that. And maybe it just needs to emit events. They go through Game Manager, they end up in Character Manager. Character Manager says, if you're still active, I send you the message. Otherwise, I don't. If you have for some reason gone away, just for the sake of sanity. It just kind of feels dirty to put it in there, you know? What if that lives in Game Manager? And how does this work when we make maps a multiple map thing? I don't know the answer. That's a tricky one. But we're kind of retreading how exactly this exact system came up, is that it gets complicated. Tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom and open some windows because it's getting hot and stuffy in here. I will be right back. And we'll kind of think further about how we want to clean this up. All right. So if we think about this a little differently and we say, what if we move the idea character manager mostly deals with creating them, unstowing them, all that. And converting them from whatever's in the database, worrying about that. Like, it'll eventually worry about synchronizing stuff, I think, because it holds that database so that nothing else needs to know or care about that. Not the database itself, but the connection. Speaking of which, before I forget, let me just go ahead and run the database container. That way, if we end up trying to run the server, it won't fall over and die. I should tell Trio to put its backup file somewhere else. I don't want it there. Character manager, though, knows who's active right now. Maybe it shouldn't. Maybe we start pushing that into game manager. And let game manager be the central point for things. Maybe we get rid of this message bus idea. And instead couple this together in a different way. I don't really remember. Oh, I know. It's because if we wanted to add other handlers, it was a thing I was thinking about. Is why we have that message bus and this like register sort of thing. But it's causing problems. So Game Manager already manages our login and stuff like that. And dispatching the events. But what if it didn't have to dispatch things? What if it could just take care of saying, hey, map, who's here in this room as it chunks through its events? So we can still queue actions and things if we do it this way. And we can still do async stuff. Just instead of a message bus, we just give a function. Then we have one place for things to happen. We probably still need some level of event to actually just put into this queue or to execute as appropriate. Okay, so, oh, yeah, here, okay, this is exactly why we had this problem. If Game Manager knows about map and about character, then character can't know about Game Manager. I can't circular import and go. That's why we had the message bus. I remember that now. So they emit events and they say, YOLO, whoever handles you, do it. Which is fine, I guess. And I think my thinking was probably like, well, if I'm already going to have a message bus, why not just have a message bus? And in fact, that's actually exactly what we do. We have handlers, so they register. They say, this is what I know how to handle. Handle the event. Handle the event. handle the event. It's exactly how we wound up here. I'm not completely stupid. Just mostly. So we're right, yeah, we've just come full circle. Back to something like this, or two different event systems, right? The inability to circularly import is surprisingly a big issue. Normally, not a super big problem. Okay, so we're back to how do we do this in a sane way that's easier to think about. We're kind of down to this again. That's exactly how Character Manager started to manage these sort of events that happened. And maybe it's fine to say, hey, I handle these actions. We have to either send it from map, do it in map, and send it from map, or every time we get an action like that, we have to ask map for an updated state. Which, okay, so it's a target event. It's a room event. Maybe that's fine. Maybe having map do that is okay. Maybe we just need to beacon back kind of like the result, the outcome. If we put a pointer in there, map can know about character again. Map knows about game manager, so game manager can't know about map. So we can't put it there, which is what I really keep wanting to do. Maybe the names are kind of calcifying my thinking. Character manager is still character manager, more or less. But instead of thinking of game manager as a hub, maybe I need to think of these guys as kind of like a like a core set of modules. Maybe that's a more correct sort of mental model. Let's put you up here. Because these are actually the same note anyway. Something like that. And if I start thinking of them more like this, what happens to my thought process? If they're more like modules, this link here can only be one way. That's problematic. This just becomes more of a synchronizer. That's okay. We still have our dispatcher. Okay, I guess that's just stuck in there now. Whatever. But then we have, so eventually we need, like we kind of started down here, we need various different maps. That live inside in a tree sort of way. So this needs to hold this inside of it and figure out, as we send it, things, stuff about this and what happens in there, right? And each of these is, you know, multiple rooms. So we traverse, you have like a list of your children or whatever. We move you around as appropriate. You know where you are in the map, which helps us to figure out what you can and can't do, I suppose. And in which case, this kind of becomes game manager. Game manager has a map in it, right? Basically. If we think about it that way. You're still character manager. You know about characters. And then this is like a session manager? Not really. It's part of what it does. Kind of an orchestrator instead of a game manager. What did you just come across? I don't know. What did you just come across? So if we did that, it's an orchestrator, it's a router, that kind of an idea. And then we let this become game manager, which has a map inside of it. We probably want to split out some of the stuff that's in there for like into functions instead of just letting it be at the root. Because game map is kind of a big thing right now because it needs to build up the map. And I guess it already is kind of broken up a little bit. And actually this isn't true. Because our map would still need, so each of the, we need to have a bunch of these map guys, right? So we actually kind of just need to break out the handler part. Right to file isn't even used right now. So it becomes more of like a world state handler than a map manager. No, I'm genuinely curious because I am a software engineering student in second semester. Well, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do about my server or architecture here to make it easier to understand and work with and expand in the future. I'm building a mud server. This is the engine that runs a mud game. Mud game is like if you could play Zork online with your friends. And if you're an engineering student in your second semester, you have no idea what that means. It's a text game. It's the old school original MMO. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. So we would still have a map manager in this sort of re-envisioning. That needs to, each one needs to be, so we need to have like a list of the maps basically. Each of these gets to be one of these guys because this holds a map. So that becomes this. Basically, we split out. This goes away. I don't think I want this anymore. We just need like a do tick inside of this guy that the orchestrator can say, all right, everybody, it is time. Do your ticks. Things that update once per tick, do them. You're responsible for knowing what that is. Yeah, I don't understand what you just said, but good luck. Cool. So we've got all kinds of stuff there that would kind of go into, yeah, each one of these would be fine. So we get multiple instances of this guy, basically, is what happens. We establish connections between them, so this would need to take the idea of its map. That's fine. All of this seems reasonable to me. Um, but how do we begin this process to make this suck less? Our first task is to remove the tags, which is going to be part of breaking this up. So this becomes game manager, this becomes orchestrator. So then game manager gets to know about characters, because it needs to manage the world. That might be the better name for it. It's a world manager. And these are instances of what is currently mostly map manager. Like that. Put you over here instead. So if you knows about characters, items, etc., performs world actions, i.e. look, attack, etc. If we go with this route, we still need to notify, which you know about also, who's in where, so you can just notify directly. That eliminates the idea... Where'd my other window go? That would eliminate the idea of this room data entirely. I don't need this. I don't need room state. I need enter message, exit message. That's it. And the same is true over here for like a look event. I just send a result. This can still be a room data. That's fine, actually. It doesn't even need a location. We don't need this event, though. This look room event. We don't need a look tag event. Well, no, actually, hang on. I do. But these become root events, basically. Because this nesting is going to get nasty too, right? If we do this. Let's clean these up really quick. Because then we got to keep traversing trees and stuff. If we dig this... we could have just a single look event, right? I don't need data in here. I just need an optional target, which is a UUID, or no, it'd be tag. Okay. I don't need... Do I need room events still in this idea? It still needs to get in here and be routed to you. You need to know what you're doing. At which point, you just really become an event. You're not a room event. There's an optional target. So if this event is I attack, you attack what? Nothing? There, you cannot attack the darkness, right? If there's a target, then you can resolve that event. We probably still do need types, though, in order to handle what is a look. So you need in here type enum, look, attack, etc. That way I know what to do with it when I get to the game manager or the world manager. So if it's an attack event, how do I want to communicate this to myself? I guess we could just do this. Let's say the type is an attack. You connect there. Or the type is a look. Right? Oop. Both possibilities. We should also account for like as we kind of just think through this, what if it's neither a look nor an attack, but object interaction? Okay? That could also be... Do you not have... There we are. Okay. So we have potential types that you could be. Let's just move my scribblings down a little bit. I guess we should also include the move, because we do already have that. Oop. And we need to know how we want to talk about that too. Let's make everybody nice and even. There we go. So these are all possibilities, right? The target, these become like a basically a two-tree branch. We know about character from the world manager. Don't fill you. No, I don't care about that. So. Right? Like so. This to the back. Okay, so in the case of a look, we have two options. You can be room, or you could be a tag, right? Pull you over. Oop, I left your label. That's all right. I don't want to, that's going to confuse me. I'm going to take that out. Okay. It's either a look at the room or a tag. Look at a tag. Okay. If it is a room, then we can do look at map where character. Okay, so this also needs a source. Look at map where source is. Return data directly. Okay. Okay, this is where we need to have this room data struct though. Because we need to know this is just, I don't need that. Get out of here. You're confusing. Return the data directly to the character. How do we route that back to them? We don't. We just call. Well, we would need to know. We'd call handle event on character manager, right? You need world manager needs to hold active characters if we're going to do this. But character manager can't know about world manager, so we would have to send an event that says, hey, character is active. which we already kind of have to do because we spawn. So we do send that already. So this goes away entirely. You're concerned with state management of them. You're concerned with getting them logged in. You handle like accounts and states and stuff like that. That's fine. You manage loading and saving characters and all that. You manage what a character should be able to do, like abilities and stuff wise. That's all well and good. I'm not allowed to know about you because you know about me. So we have to do... Character notify kind of goes away, basically. Okay, no, this is fine. This still knows about active characters. It handles on ticks for all characters. So... because you, if I have a pointer in my event source, I can go look in the room and see who I have, and I can just address you directly. Because of the way notifications here work, if this connection goes away, the character itself will unregister its listeners until somebody reattaches. That's fine. So we don't need to worry about if somebody has gone away for some reason, like disconnected by accident or on purpose. They exist in the world for a certain point. Things still happen to them. If they don't broadcast messages, that doesn't matter. I believe we just drop them if we don't have anything to send. Okay. So... okay, we gotta think about this, though. If you handle on ticks for everybody, whoever had logged in first is going to get ticked first. So maybe that goes the other way around. Maybe I tell it, hey, as a or as a message or event handler, you need to tell me what your list of... Well, no, that's still the same problem. I don't want to do that. If... Because we're supposed to be ticking at like 60 frames. So if we have like a millisecond precision on our buff tick stuff, it's not the end of the world, I suppose. Things should be within some milliseconds of when they're appropriate. But then we have to worry about millisecond precision as opposed to just seconds or something. Which is probably fine, right? Just, I want it to be fair and understandable, I guess. I guess we could register the NPC characters as different characters and tick them first to give the player an advantage. But that doesn't solve PvP, which should absolutely be a thing. But okay, so if we do batches of ticks before we do or after we do, we should do before. So we do a round of ticks of all the different things, and then we start doing our actions that have been queued up. Do a round of ticks, do the actions. Okay. That would be all right. If we do it after, then anything you applied in that turn would tick, and we'd have to check and make sure that it didn't tick on the first day. That would suck. It'd just be bad. And like we're really splitting hairs here. I just want to try to account for stuff, right? So look at map where source is, return the data directly to source. This is still a room data. Because, and this also needs occupants. Because we want the NPC system to be able to use the same event system. I don't want to duplicate this. I don't want to make special rules if I can in any way avoid it. That way, the NPC isn't going to care about this data, really. It's just going to go, okay, cool. Probably. It might care about exits. But occupants is probably what it's mostly going to care about. Is there a player in here? Or something with a tag I don't like, right? And that actually is the only path in this case. There's no branch here. We're done, right? In either case. If there's a tag, then look at the map where the source is. If the room has things with that tag, return as appropriate. That is going to look like either this is also going to need I forgot. Items will be a thing we'll eventually need to return as well. That didn't get all of the... Okay, cool. Seriously? Select you. Move you. So I have room to breathe. Like so. Return as appropriate. So if it is, for example, character, do a look action on that character's pointer, return results. And we let the character itself work that out, skill checks, all that stuff. The state machine gets engaged that lives in the character, right? The other possibility, item, return. Actually, this has to be the same. Either way, because if you want to make something about an item, like, okay, if you look at a magic scroll and you're a warrior, does it tell you anything about it versus if you're a wizard, right? Those are kind of interesting mechanics that you probably want to have. So the same thing happens here, more or less. And maybe you need to live over here instead of in the middle so that I can have better thoughts about you. More room to breathe. This kind of does the same thing. Same thing. Well, it's actually we got to kind of think too, like, okay, if there's two candlesticks and you say light candlestick, so we either send feedback or interact with object, send result as appropriate. And none of that exists yet, but it's something we kind of gotta start thinking about in the back of our heads, right? Where, like, am I allowed to take this or not? Kind of needs to run through some sort of a decision process. Where does that live? I don't know exactly. Probably in character. Because we want to say, like, hey, you can't pick that up if it has this immobile tag or something. Or, you know, if it's a case where it's a heavy thing, like, we need to act on the properties of this character, or this item. Character can know about items. Map can know about items, or in this case, World Manager can know about items. That's fine. Items doesn't need to know about either of those things. It just needs properties. We can check them and to make decisions on them. Because this is also going to happen when we equip a thing. So let's say you need to be, you know, strong enough to hold a big axe. What's the weight property of the axe? Does my character satisfy that? Is a decision the character will have to make interacting with its own inventory. So if we just build sort of like these are just data, basically. They don't have a controller. Like, in the sense of a thing that we need to interact with. They need to have something that loads them. That loads and populates this thing and says, hey. And I gotta figure that part out too. Because how do we... we don't really want to hit the database every time we pull an item out of it. So we probably want some sort of like a caching system in there. Because unless you're reloading, hot reloading, which is something we kind of partially support, that's not going to change during operation. We'll have to think about that a little bit. Okay, so attacks and moves. And I'm actually going to... So this gives me a room data I decide what to do with. This probably gives me like a plain message type thing. These can be an item data struct. And they have things like of the instance of item, right? Because we need to do that when we spawn things. Hang on one sec, I'm getting a phone call. Nothing, just a wrong number. Okay, okay. Where was I? So we need... The instance of an item becomes important, right? In that case, because which candlestick is it, you know, that sort of thing. And then probably like a description, just a string. Oop. We probably embed the item struct itself in here. And just hand that back, or hand that over to the character directly. How do we get that back to you, though? No, we have a pointer. We call you. Which, okay, so character can't know about the world manager. So it needs to fire off an async. And know that it's awaiting a response. Or it gets the message and handles it. I don't really want to put callbacks in the messages if I can avoid it. That becomes hard to debug, I think. I think it needs to get these events. Like if it gets a room data, it just needs to display a room data. It's gonna suck though. How are we going to get you back in there clean as a response? We fire off the message. And then we got to wait, because it's going to be at least a tick before we get back, right? If it's synchronous. Async, it just comes back when it comes back. Well, I mean... As long as this is a list, and this is a list, their order won't change. So if you're like, get candlestick 2, it'll still be the correct one that you saw initially. So that's fine. And as long as we don't get mixed up with the results... We probably need a wrapper struct that's just like, hey, so that we can reuse these. We do like a so then we have to do a little bit of type switching. But I don't think that's the end of the world. Where'd you go? There you are. Because if it's a look result and it's a room data, then we know what to do. If it's a look result and it contains character data, then we know what to act on. And the same is true. And these are going to be pointers, right? Character pointer, item pointer, room data directly. We can do that. I don't need that. Then we only have one switch in this path, right? As a look response. And we only have one type here. Object interaction, on the other hand, if we do this, we would need something else, another data type, right? But so far, if they do this, we're only up to 3 types, really, or 4, 5 types, but these guys are generic. There's an event type that's pretty generic too, that just says, hey, this is who I am and this is what I'm doing. This is the target to it, or of it. This is not room data, though. This would end up being item pointer. If nil, failure, right? So that makes it easy. We say, hey, look, here's your look. Oops, here's your look result. It's either null, in which case you say, you know, there is no perturbator here, or it's a thing and you can act on it. You can interact with it. You've been given that ability, the go ahead to do. Oh wait, no. Crap. This isn't a look result. All right, yeah, I just didn't update. Yeah, item, interact result. Well, okay, so if your interaction is a take, then I can't do that. Because the room state has been modified. But if it's just a kick, whatever, right? So let's say you kicked the door, then you did damage to the door or something. I guess that could be an attack action. So this needs to be something else. It can't just be a pointer or nil. Let's actually break this apart really quick, because there's a couple different cases here. This could be take, let's just say. The look result is different. We know what to do with that, in theory. But take... So take and then an ID. I guess we could reuse... could you use that? Or... Yeah, okay, so... If it's like a take... And then... The UUID... Then we could have... a success bool. So that we can spit that feedback out. And then... reason string. If it's some other kind of action... we can probably do the same response type. Still trying to keep our options minimal here, right? The less structs I have, the better, the happier I'll be. So here, typing other. Which probably needs to go like maybe it's a command. And maybe based on commands. Maybe we can reuse that. Either way, we have our type enum when we get our result. We know if it succeeded or not. We get details in a string and we display them. And then here we get that result, and we're allowed to add to inventory. Hopefully that will be generic enough to cover some cases. So the same thing happens here. Where we just say, if the target is present and the attack hits, and this could actually be and the thing that gets sent to everybody else, though, you also need to account for. This is just like a room event, right? This gets sent to everyone in the room, showing what happened. And we can just build that and send it as a string. Unless there's a reason to do something more exotic about it. Everything just kind of emits events as they happen. If you are not one of the, well, I guess it happens to the target and the origin also. They just see the event happen. Yeah, we probably need this to... This probably needs an ID so we can determine that, right? This basically just becomes you with an additional field for whether or not it succeeded. Terry Davis at home? Isn't that the Temple OS guy, or am I mistaking my people? If this is just this, then we can build sensible strings in the character as a result of seeing that. If I'm... So, we apply damage. Then in the client, we can say what we want to come out of there. How and where to get clients as a junior web developer? I don't know. I'm not a web developer. And I'm also not a junior web developer by extension. You're going to have a difficult time getting clients as a junior in general because you're junior. You if you can't do the whole project yourself, it's going to be tricky, right? So you're going to be looking for like mom and pop shops that need a website. So probably, okay, so if I was a junior web developer, I would hit my social circles. If you go to church, talk to church people. If you go to college, I guess, like if you know somebody's parents own a business and their website sucks and it's broken, talk to them and be like, hey, I will build you a website for whatever is a fair rate for you in your location. Keeping in mind that you're doing this a lot of it's to learn. It's probably going to be pretty cheap, right? It'd be good to have a portfolio that you could show of examples of things you have built already. That, like, start small, do like one or two just sample sites, lorem ipsum it up, and then use their other things that you build as part of your portfolio to say, hey, this is past client work, right? And also just like find local businesses that have crappy websites and walk in and be like, hey, here's my portfolio, here's my rates, what do you think? So you got to be careful about doing a lot of work that you don't get paid for, but also aware that they're going to be less inclined to give you money up front in part or partial, or in total, either way, right? That's probably what I would start looking at and doing research on. That would be kind of the general direction I would be thinking. That's speculation, not hard advice. That's what I would think. Okay. But okay, so if we get these and we can say, okay, I'm neither the source nor am I the target. But this can't be UUID either. This has to be pointer. We need to get away from the UUIDs, because when we get this message into the recipients, target, I can figure out how I want to do that so that we can reuse this, because it needs to accept either a tag or a pointer Wow, that was very unkind of you. Goodbye. Um, Now it's gonna bother me. I gotta make sure that I'm right about. Yeah, that's a Temple OS guy. Cool. Um, Option: reach out to people you know who have amazing websites. Okay, I'm not going to read that in case that person's still there. I'm going to read it to me. No, I'm going to read it for everybody else. And if they're still there, they can get the advice, even though they're a dick. Reach out to people you know who have amazing websites. Offer them tweaking it, why it might work. Those people already paid for services, so they're more likely to engage with you. Good point. That's a good point. Um, and also, while you're talking to people out there in the world, probably don't be a dickhead. Probably, a hint. You'll probably get a little bit more work. Um, so then I know, okay, so I can decide if it's me, and I can say that source attacked me, and there might be more information that needs to come with that. Or if it's me, I ignore it because I'm already aware of it. Because things had to happen in my state machine, and it should have notified me. So it could be that this only needs to be handled by other people that observe an action. Still good to have a pointer, I think, so that we can make decisions about how we display that info. And I'm thinking about like is there a case where we override the description or something, or the name or whatever? And if we have a pointer, we can just go ahead and call directly on that thing and say, tell me who you are. How do I refer to you, or something, right? Um and just let it worry about that itself. And then the bool is, did it work or no? I guess this would need to be emitted by the character itself. Which would look like an event that goes back into... No, we want to do it here. Because there might be knock-on consequences of that. to think about this a little bit, but... Oop. That's not what I want. That's just a sketchy sketch because we don't have a lot of those systems in place. We're just trying to plan so we don't shoot ourselves in the foot. A move is a simpler action. We just return. It's not even a room data. Probably a source and probably a message. Right? No, it's not a message because we don't know. So if we... a move. We send the exit used. And then the character that gets this can resolve this and also this. So if you leave a room and I didn't see how you did that, like, because I haven't spotted that thing, then I need to handle that differently versus if you just walk through an open door, right? That's what I'm thinking. Okay, this is so much better. I just need to go implement it now. Or at least it looks so much better to my brain because we've got one event and a small number of results, right? There's like a move result, I guess we could say, a move event that gets sent to the occupants. And we call it directly on them as it happens, right? And then they know how to handle translating that in some way, shape, or form. Be that like a player just seeing this message scroll past, or if it's like a guard or something sees an attack event come from a player, then they aggro, right? So if we wrap it up like this, we give ourselves options, hopefully. Okay. All right, well, I did less coding today than I was hoping, but I'm really happy to get that sort of sketched out in my head. I'm way, way happier with that, the way that looks. I don't want these backups. Get rid of you. We'll push up the plan changes we made. We're done with that. And it's time for me to go have some lunch. And it's Monday today, right? It is. So, thank you for coming to hang out with me today. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers, and it was good to meet those of you who are new. If you like this kind of nonsense, I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending today. So, come on back around, not tomorrow, sorry, Friday at about 10 a.m. Central. I'll be here doing it again, and I'd love to see you. And if not, you guys have yourselves a great week anyway. I'll catch you some other time.